O God,
Atanek ta ilit kutem hibunniortigut atanek taapkop taok inuit havautarikkavut itqagilugi quyanarpak.
bless you. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Quyanakka uqaqti tabrauna havaqqaqaqama August 2020 mi havaqqaqama tabra tamatkotin na inyaqqatuani tamatkot malaqatalatit na itchunaqmani Northwest Territories ni Ilocanic tamatkot NWT mi Kabamauro tamani tamatkotit na malakraqanik katka Tabarlo tamatkot munaqalaqraqayut nikkatkat ingming nikkit na munaqaniaqtuat hapeqraqtuat iñuuniaqu himingnik taapkop taoqit na taangaqtuaqtuat ataramik tabar tamatkop taoq munaqalaqraqanikatka tabrap taoqit na tabralitsuqa himagitka tamatkot taitnaqhimarot tabrat sisamanik tayo na tagpabunga aulak taibut na ingmingnik habang takanya ako ting nako na ako ting kanok inyulaw takanimik ibakala ko ting tamat ko nga aulak taibut.
To live and few
Nani na inikrain mata mani nagaluni tukukrain mata humulaka tait na aulak takakaibut tait na tutrik inyugutingatit na inyulaw takanimik ibakala ko ting takpawangakaktut matko mamirutikran iglo ilitsokanya ako ting tabrap tawak tamat ko dit na kanolugit matkotit na pilyaw takaniak pitigit tay naktaktuat tay tamatkop takit na at natangalar niya aktuat tangalar aktuat inyugay aktuat tay nataramik tangakto akurot tay na tabra ikayo niya piakalugit ikayo kaluakibut mani. Tabralugit na pilyaw takalugit, hapekralugit, inyuni akaningit na ilyakit ko kalawakit ka tayo na imik. Tabrap taok muna kalkap tamat kuningaan ni akto alakarinye, nagaluni ni kayo igurakap tayo inyong niktabra tayo na ataramik tayo na matkod ukaktit chirit. Ukaktuat ataramik tayo na nutkikay niya ako ting tamat ko nga council na nagpilakagay tayo na tutkikay niya ako ting inyo hingit tamat ko alang ko na ako yung mga kanya ako tap to mga tayo malaktuanin. Tabalap tayo na matkuatit na tanungitsot. Inyuek tu tabarlo tamatkop ta kalihaw ti himagibut tait na tanungitsot ti ikayulahin niya aktilugit ta ingmingnik inyumingnik tabrap ta tamatkotit na tabratam na itok tabra ni tait nakmanakwak tabratam na malakotaleani itnakwak tabre tait na habak kakatakama. Mani territorial na ikakahaloman na Northwest Territories tait na tabre inyuit inyugek to tanga ngay niya хотин пилуат инуяктут тавалуптаартаинна икайорниарлугит икайорниараривут наоққаққитааралуартуллугит наагалуунниин таинна қано канухерааниармата таватаматкуатит наикаюилуат наагалуунниин анниартуалаққилит на икайорниарарагait таматкуатит ингмингник икаюлаеққуат табайкаюиниаартугут таматкунига илоқаинник таинна таангангая quvlugit naagalluunniin tamatkuniga taimaalaaqqartuat taangangailaaqtartuat ikajorniararivut tamatkuatit naa malarataliangit naagalluunniini naa hutqulangit tamaani tautuktuani ittut agilaktani taam na atauchikun atauchikoqoteng tamarralu qan kihullaqaaki tauchikun na allagiikkalaaqoteng tamatkuat huingaarlugit tauchikun havauttaqaniarivut taitna imingailiaq tinniarlugit iloqaannik tainaki allakayariikkaluartillugitit naa innuuhingitit allakayariikkaluartillugit ikajorniararivut tamatkunungna taangalariarniartuat tavalu taitna ikajorniarlugit taitna hapeqlartuat piaqaluktartuat naagaluunniin qanoqqaahiartuat qiyanarpak oqappaaraniartunga nuoqappaarniartunga qiyanaqoqarti tabrauna nalunaarillaukkiga tabrauna tia maani NWT-mi biuraartuat itna maani Ontario-mi biuraartichiliginniqqat tavalu tamatkuatit na ikajorniarivut tainna kayutiniartuu tatauchikun Canada-mi maani tainna ataramikka biuraartichihuulut biuraartichinyaliitsut taaptuminga qutsikkiluguut 2022-mi biuraartichinyaliitsut takpavani 5,000 tulluunni tabrainyungnik itqagilugut taitnatunagalaan qanut taitnatunagalaan maaniinniartua nakatimaniartuat ilitsorikavut tabralu taitna malarungni ukkiungni naagaluuni malarugukkuak hipperlugik naaga tainna tabra ukkiungni tainnatunagalaan pingikka tamana piiraartitsingiligitsugut ta mattummanut qartitaqquta puvakloornim taimaartitaqquta matka maani Northwest Territories nitkavamauruat tabraquyagipiallaligitkaitinna pinñaqanarivilugit kamahaarivilugit tamatkuat taitna maakaptaortavara ikajorniaranialigit tapkuat piulaartuat tavalu taitna kiisaaquteng itna havakpaulaartu tauka havakpaulaartinnialigit humiliqaa qakuguliqaa taitna havakpaulaartinnialigit tamatkuat itna akiisaaquteng havaguuluat qayanarpak tavalu taitna tunagalaani na 2210-mi tabainigaki maani na sisamauhungnartitaina ullartaqaniartuat tamaunga piulaartuanuktaqaniartuat NWT-miptauq NWT-miptauq tamatkuninga ullartitaqanialigit kivut tamatkuat piulaariarniartuat piulaartuanun Ukakti, tabra ukot na pillaw takavlugit nalo habaktit tamat kolo na pillaw takavlugit isumay koyayak paralit kit tabra ukot kaya danabin tamat taigol lakangit tabra tamat ko tay na ulakti takneri kahit mga NWT min. Tamani territorial na itot tabarap na Northwest Territories ni tayo na tinagalan tamat ko awlak ti takanek kabut ilhatun tabo nga awlak kanek patain na pirak to anon pirak ako ligit kitka NWT miptak Tabra nga upinaka mi pirak to anong tinyali kibut. Kaya nakapag-ukakti. Una habak parak to ni habak pang nun minihitaw rak tamat ko apkotek pait yo. Tabralo tayo na ilihimarugot inyugek to at tayo na pakatak paitik matkuat pituk to at radakagay takpabungay na awlak til lahib lugit humula kaki gilaw lahib kahalugit. Ukakti upinakapak tabratam tuma ulak parak tom pilaw tangiligit kay tamat ko takpatak pait pia na huwag hekamita halawit na pilyo tangit kahit tabra tayo na kota tabralo tayo na hekamitat huwag nyalirat tamat ko tit kakarnalit kibot tabralo tayo tamat ko di na ikayuro tamat ko nga tayo na pimunakriro at habak to at kuyayak paralit kitka tabra tayo na habak Paura ko ting tam na tutkikimaligit kat. Ukakti, tabralo bagut mani territories ni alok ulik pakto atin na ilihimaligit kibut kano naktilakrang itaglan tabrap tawag taman na apkotek pakkuyagilit kikput ikayutik raman kik tamat ko nga agralit pan hunigla kanok tamat ko tay na tamat ko ukto kanelit kibut tamat ko di kayutik rangit ulak parak tot kilometers 20 tawak tam na tabrahuin niya liminikangat Enterprise kaningani Fort Simpson kaningani lo tabar tap ko tayo na na ulik pa kaya lilaligit kay tamat ko highway number 5 tawak ukakti North Slave Region mi tamani North Slave inyong niyarvingan ni tabar tamat ko din na tayo na tabra tamat ko nga uyakawara ni kin na tutkakaw tikranig ay chok takaneligit kay tamat ko di kayo tikrang isgo tamat tuma apkotak pao fa ukakrangok pao na tabra 2023 mi tabra tamat ko di na ikayo neligit kibut tabra highway number 4 tabra tayo na 5 kilometers nagpilakagay tunungo hektilangit tabralo tayo na tamat ko toklokoro na tutkikarnerit kahit makralavit na ulik paurakaman tabrap tawak tam na highway number 7 apkotek pangne tabralo tamat ko tutkikarnerit kahit huwag niya kaktakangit tamat to mahulak paurak to ikayo nelit kahit tao na ni tuturak to min inyubing mi tao tapkot apkotekpak highway number 8229 tabar tamatkot highway number 10 lu tabar ilokainik tamatkot apkotekpait ilokainik tkikarnearnelit kait ukakti tabra upinakapak tait na tabar taok habak tekpait tamatkot na habak tit tamani apkutinik munakari hurat tutkikai hurat tamani habak paurarnelit chut habakak tutabra tap tuminga habakranginik ilitsorap kaligit kibut tabarlu tait naptaok tait na habak pangnik habak hurat kuyanakpak o kakti
Member statements.
Here South Mino kalang niyak to ko na. Kuyanak. Ukwata in our NWT mi kano ka habang mata kano ka habaw tari hugay tukwata kano ka isuangit kalwak to ka una ngilirana ukakama una ukwata ka ukwat apkodik paita ukwata kano ka isuakinyagat una apkodik paka kano kuna isuakilay choka aglan federal government nika kinyar nika pikhak luta. Kwataw ka ukwat kabamat kano ka habaw ta kanayak patigita kano ka ukwat kano habang nayak pat kano habang nayak pat
Over the past
tabrakot ingdakan tait na ay papak tam na habak takanya kakput tabarlu tait na matkotin na habak paktigun habak paktigun $7 million tun tiyak kinyawani gato atu tikranginik atu kriktangit tamat Norman Wellsman 1.5 billion tuntay na tinagalan kinyawani katutik relinya kait tabrokot na habak tuanik tait na kinyawani akilektanik tamatkot habak tuat tabra tait na ilitsaranya piakota taman na tabra huli okafalang naktunga nagar tangit kuma nagangit pata tabra ako panek tunga kaya nakakakti tabra tao ko kuatit na anmukta ako hulugo man na inyo niya kanak itkagihugik put okagihugik put tabra lutait na kanok titaw tigiginayak patam na ang nagtakanik inyo niya kanikun matkod akihok paktot kinakpak tabra na you try
The budget
una kakilang nariga una kano ka kinyar nika tuktot kano ka habaw takiniyak pati kano ka ukwata ukot kano ka ukot havak dot mani nunapting ni kano ka havang mata pilsuka or pilsuka kano ka ukot kaka iliak dot kano ka iliak dot ukot kano ka ikayorner ikayorner ka ukot ka ukot iliak dot kano ka ikayorner kaita init kano ka uhima ukot na habang niyak dot kano ka ukot habang niyak dot kano ka ikayorner kirut kuyanak tabachamin ukalang niyak dot kuyanak ikpakraka una o kakalang niyak ya ikpakraka ukarikaka ukot Aurora College mika kano ka Polytechnic University mikta huga dilihak pawrak datin nga ilihawik pangmi University mikta huga tana humi pinyak patit humi ilihawik pagka pinyak patit Portsmouth migo maybe unap daw ka Portsmouth miluni na pinyaka to na ilihawik pag October 22, 2020 may ukwato kakal katka 2022 me Minister Simpson kakto kano ka Portsmouth me una ilihawik pagka pinyakat ukot kano ka habang niyak patit kano ka inuit ukot malirotaliutit kano ka pinyak patit tam na ukot Bernard Hall hekumin niyakat agalan ilok tap tuminga pinyak tut ukot una university mani Portsmouth meet Portsmouth meet niyak tok nun nengit ka to na ilihawik pag Portsmouth Ai papaka scoring mig score kaktok yarvi kaktok kanok inyong nig kuyanak inuit litsorinarat una kanok Polytech University Miktahu gaduna ilihakvik pak University. Ano pikri farnek nga kuyanak. Frame Lake mina kalang nektok kuyanak. Una kari kalwa kata una maktang main nuna mi atani habaktot kanok pinyak patigita kanok so kinyak patigita ukot habang nektot nuna matani. Ukota kanok pinyak patigita ukota June 9th 2015 ukota habang nek patigit kanok ingila na pinyakalwarat pingit chituli maktang una $2.5 million tun tawkikangat. Maktang mi got kanolika una Hilitsor lang nakata got kanok tam na maktang main nakungit kalor na kok. JNWT habak kalok tut got ilokading habak tut tauchikun got kawamat tangungit shot. JNWT got habang niyak pati kanok. Mani got habang itkat una maktang una nuna matani habaktot kanok nek pati kuyanak. Cam Lake minukalang nektok got ikpakrak kangat una kanok ikayon nek pati got kanok got nutat isok pati kanok got I'm a beach score iliharnya kaming kanok iliharnya pat aglan yan ni I'm a vingat nagungitsak 35,000 to na got 35,000 tuna hippaligit aimavichut ilihaqarniaq kaming. Ukat nutat aimavichut qanoq home base way kemik taihuga tuna qanoq ikayu huktot ikayu niaqtot nutaqqanik nutat hu ilihaqarniaqtot qanoq ikarorniarpatit nunap ikaqaarlu maani Canada mika taihuga tukot nunakput qanoq qanoq ikayarniarpatigit ukot nutaqqat ilihaqarniartot ukot nakuruakun nakuruamika igluligniarlugita ohima ukot ilihaqnaartuat nakuruakun ukot nutaqqat
right to safe housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Member statements. Member for Mumfui.
Mampoy minyo qallangniartoq qoyanaq ngila ippakraaqa qaqai langniaq oqai faallangniariga una qanoqai inuiartot kliitsomi okad oqrogoronika ikayuiniartot qanoq kliitsomi ukata inuita qanoqa inillani qanoqa ikayuiniarpitigit pitiguta qanoqa uqaqti ukata qanoq ikayuiniarpatukot qanoqa oqroroamika qanoq inuita igluting unnaakkiniaq ukata inyaitukot qanoqa taamna kinyarnik atoqmata una oqroraq nagalunin oqroq qanoqa piniarpatigit ukata taavani haarok kuat Ukraine miktaihugatuna qanoqa pilik qanoqa ukota oqroronika atoqaminguka qanoqa ikayorniarpatigit ukota anuga piqrifaarniartunga Yellowknife North minuqallangniartuq ukota qanoqa ukot substance abuse niktaihuait qanoqa atoqaminga taamna taaptungiminga nakungitsuamik ukatta una atormata ukatta haalungnik ukatta substance abuse nik taihugatuna ukatta Sheila Maskinson, BC Minister, Minitaka, Okalinyakok. Okata Kanuka, Atomata Nagalunin, Okaramata Taina, Nakungitramika, Okata Ikayungit Kaitukota, Tapkota Atoktot. Kanuka Okata Vipaslung Mata Okata Kanuka Okata Pinyaktot Kanurlika Aglan BC Mida Okata Okaktot
asked us to do. It had to make sure there was safe supply in place, naloxone in place, and had to increase the number of social workers and treatment available to users. It is not an easy process, but BC has led the way in truly making sure we tackle the substance abuse issues in this country. I know many feel uncomfortable with the idea. They view
Tapkop tawtara tabanga tuharuni tamat kuninga kanuhinig lakay na marihimatlong nagaluni huinyawronik tamat kuninga atoko mata kanok isumatigibiliw. Tam na pekruta kaya hirunga tap tumunga anak tole kiraming nagaluni munakrihuramin inyong inuit munakayurakaw kangit. Ukakte. Tabi lakatatay na ilihim maragut. Tabi tamat kot ECE minihitarak tabi tamat kolo munakrirot nunanik nagalunin nagarutili kirinik. Tabi tam na ilihim magput tayo na tunagalan. Tabi tayo na tawak tayo na hinik tamat kuninga huaklong nik tamani itot atuakrat atulagait inuit atuk tangit tabi tayo na tawak tayo na Inuvialuktun malakoyak labluting tayo na tawak tabi malakoyak labluting tayo na atuk takakaya tamatkot tabi tayo na taman nalo na tamatkot akhraligakbid nat kakbingit tabi tamatkot na tabi tayo na apkotikrangat matkot kemit matkot pisikutaw tirakangit tabi tayo na tamatkot na pisikutarbik rangat na tutrekedugo pisikutarbik rakakayaktut tabi tawak tayo na Inuvialuktun na igilulakirwani na igiluitsuat Inuvialuktut tabi tayo na tawak tayo na tunagalan ungahektok tayo na tunagalan na wani kanu tunagalan na wani habang niyakto nga nalupkehukto nga aglan tabi ni tilong mani tabi una apakruta kalaw kiga tabi hok apakruta kakpita kaya great slaved me 20-day wala demin. Kaya nakakakti. Tabra pinakapak. Tabra haba-habaanik, haba pangnik. Minihitaw matkot alangu kangit. Nutita kangit ing mikun. Tabra lutay na 64, 1% tutay na tinagalan tamatkot na. Tabra tamatkot hulaka tamatkot habakrat habakpakrat na. Tay na tinagalan tay akihuhila kangit. Tabra ka tamatama kasalir sa akin na kotsikiblugo akihuhiblugo tabra ni tulitami. Tamatkap tayo ka 13% tuntay na tunagalan tayo $56 tuntay na ataw hekit na liter. Tanig tun pirakya tayo na tunagalan na kihuhiligit ka tamatkot. Tayo JNWT mi tuat tayo na tunagalan na taman na kotsik himarjung na kihuhimarjung na taman tayo na ubagutin na inyo na aktuagut inyo na ako tikputay na nabigtak to ako niligit kat. Upinakami tayo na tunagalanin na. Tayo aparuta kayo una tayo na tamat ko din na isumalo tayo kungit kain na pigo mat kungit kit kain na ni itot. Tuan tayo tayo na ataw chikunin na habang itkup tamat ko tayo tutkikakan na itkibot. Tayo tayo naptak tayo tamat ko takin na aulak takurit kinya rabut mga habagyak takto nun mga habagyak ting nagot time aulaw tibilugit kinya rabut mga habag parak kako ting kiyak. Tayo na nutkak tok tayo na huli 10-4 bracket 4 tam na tabra tayo na tunagalanin na tam na nutkakti taligid kat tabra tayo na ka nga isu giga pang mapak.
Oral question.
Recognition of Pagkata, ilitsaka lang narit ka. Una, Lord Rogers sa Pulak tak Lord Rogers sa ilitsaka lang narit ka. Here was House Minukalang Nektok. Kayanak. Minister of Health, Pihulang Neriga. Kanaka got ikayu labit to got ulak parak to at Inuit. Kayanak. Ukata ikayu laro to kwata kanok leka kwata got in our money chances building me got ikayurit got 24/7 tap got kokola guide kanoka nitakata nitakalu kihuleka ikayulu guide tap ko koyanak minute at kanoka ikayok tita tamani here river me pikakpat got apay hama ikayuro at kanokleka got ulik power actot ikayok tita apay hama got ikayunyak tot tap kuninik ulik power actonic HRSSA got ikayuhurito kanok got hey river me friendship center niktay hugad got kanok igluk pakpangnika kanaka ikayuhuro at iglungat kuyanak minidaka kanok kinyak patat West Channel Old Town got haver me kanakay kayonak patit una mindi health social services me kanoka kay kayo niya uruguta kanoka kwakmata pilyaruguta kanok bukwata ulak parak tonika ikayonek tota apay hama inyong nika huminika ikayo li chut kuyanak got hair health miktay hugat na tading to na got hair me habaktit kano ko got ikayurot kuyanak kano ka ikayunyak pataw got ulak paktonik kuyanak got hair me habak tot ikayuhurot angirita tamna kanoka ikayurot got kokonak tutukot inuita habang nekto kuyanak housing in WT apikrilang nekto nga ugat kanoka mabicha dukot kanoka ikayuinyak patigita ay mabicha luni kuyanak Ublupaka got habak kalak to housing nikta ta huga to na ilok pagpang nika habak tot iglok panik habak tot kanok kuat aglang nik pinyakalwak tuta aglan habang nek kalwakat unat aglang nik pitkak luni habang nang itak kuyanak kuat kanok kanok pinyak pati tukot ikayonak pati kanok kuat I'm a bichot kuyanak kuat about the regaloakat NWT housing diktai huga digilok pagnika iglok pagnika habak tot kanok ikayuin yak tot kanok lika ikayong na abugat kuyanak aglang nikta 4 years to 4 years for ukiunik kanok about tarik pati huli tabernit kalok tok for ukiuni ukat standing committee muna pinyak kalok aglait pinyak kalokait kanok habang nek pati pinyak kalok tut pingit kay tuli kuyanak uvlupak pingit tuli ukat I'm a bichot kanok ikayonek pati ukat about the meeting tam na kanok ikayonek sugit ukat I'm a bichot kuyanak got homeless I'm a bichonik kanok ikayo niya alok tugut kanok about the alok putuna aglan pingit ka tuli kuyanak kuyanak ukakte Minister of Finance una apikrilyang niya JNWT kanok habang niyak pana kanok pihu batigit kuyanak ukat kanok habang niyak tot habang niyak tot kanok aglang nik pihu tukot hiring committee miktay hugat kanok pinyak mata kanok leka ikayo hurt kuyanak minidak kanoleka ukot pinya pihurunga havakama kanoleka ikot kanoka.
Does the GNWT currently use lived experience and cultural experience into equivalencies? And if not, will the Minister direct her department to find a way to do this equally across the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the commitments that is under the
Ukota ukalang nerit ka ukota kanokam
plan. There is the new job description guide I ought to have mentioned in the last response. The description guide is meant to be a place where there can be
havaktinyak tadukot kanoka ikayuhuruguta kanoleka aglang nika tautu got habang nek tata kanokika ikayoneru gaita got kanoleka kuyanak. Inuvialuktun Lakes min kalang na kuyanak. Ukot kamamat ukot kanoka habang na mata habak tin na mata kanoka pihu batikuta kanoka 1.1 got action mika taihuga got kanoka habang nektot kanoka pihu batigita kanoka pipka ro batigit got got habak tota kanoka Ichok kanyak patit kanoka havak tinyak patit. Ukot ka kanoka ukot ka habat kanoka aglak tuni kanoka lisnik tahu itu kota pinyak patita Inuvialuktun Lakes mina ukot kanoka pilyabato ukot kanoka habang nek tot kanoka ikayorlugita kanoka ikayunyak patita kanoka habang nek tot ikayorlugit habang nek tot kanoka ikayunyak lugita kanoka pinyak patita kanok kuyanak finance mina kiulang nakto kuyanak ataw himi ko na kanoka ikayularuta kanoka ukot kanoka ikayularuta ikot habang naktot kanoka ikayuhurud ikayunyak uruta kanoka habang nektot ikayunya urut kanoka ukot habang nektot Koyanak. Tabachamin kalang nektok. Koyanak. Hukata kanok Minister of Education Kulabanga Hukata kanok Polytech University Havik Paka kanok Pinyak Patit Koyanak. Education, Culture and Employment Mini Dakuna. Kanok Gota Yak Vikbaita Kanok Pinyak Patita Gota Tamaninyak Tutukota Kanok Angalitirot School Vik Pangmi Yak Vik Pangmi Noon it got Yellow Knife Moon Kuyanak. May 30th, got Katimarot Kanok Pivot Polytech University Mika Daihuga to now Yahwik Pak ECNE Kulang Nektok. Got Havak Tauchikun Aurora College and Polytech Aurora Cab. Got Karigat Una Kanokili Havik Pangmika Kanok about Tarigatuna Pihukalok to Ili Havik Pangmik. Got Yellow Knife me, got Katimarot Kanok Isaki who clued Tap got Kanok Ilihanek in University Miktai who got to Ili Havik Pak. Habang nek habang takinig puta tam na kayanak.
Got the Uma Minihitaram Tabrani Haktoni. Kanharana Tilakranga Licharajo Tunga. Tabralu Taitna Tamatkuninga Kochiktonik Iliharving Iliharvate na it's a Magarabatigit. Itabaptak Takatimakapta Tapquat. Tabralu Tamatkot Katimakaptai na Pigo Malay Kibut o Kakarai but Tamatkot. Friday me Tabra Ukot Ilitaret Kovika Kanuharawati Tingnik. Tabra Lokati Ilat ni Inuit Alakayakitut. Na Isumangit Atauhito ni Ratchut. Ilang itaw kalakon na Isumaraktut. Atauhikut Atauhin niya magkihanik Isumalaitchut. Itkagiragay Tabra Lokainik. Tam na Tabra Pihu Kuptihu Tabra Tam na Isuma tam na kihanik pihukuptigo tabar tam na kihanik katimakatigi guptigi Inuit tam na ukawtigi na yarik putaw. Kaya nako kakte tabar na kanok tamat ko at na kuchiktonik taptimi nga atiligamik kuchiktonik ilihakawing napay niya akpat aglan pakrakhanawit umahanawit rutim tukleni tam na ukay himakaka tabraw na frame lake min Tabraw na pulaktonik minihitawrak. Apekarud takal lang niya kaya. 11 tinikek tabratam na apekarud takal kaya. Minihita mo kiula ba nga? Tabraw ko at niyoktok to at kanuhera magay tayo dito kadyaw klunga piyunga. Una tabra muna kariroak tamat ko nga pulak taktonik mao nga nunapting nun. Tabraw na iraktok kamanayang itkikput hanip pak kamanayang itkikput tam na.
There's been a lot of work done in this.
Tabraw bagut na habaw takak pauranik kikput. Ubani katimaruani hibun niyok tini lokatap kita bertuha himagikput tam na. Kanakulo tam na ato na aktilakra nga nagalunin hurakautik nga taptum nga. Tabra tam na tabra hibun na kalugut tayo na kanuhakautik iniyakikput kanuhakautik iniyakikput tam na frame lake min. Kuyanak minihitak. Tabarlo tayo na tamat ko nga ilitsa ka faak to nga. Tabra kantan. Tabra tamat ko ito kakaptigit na ilan ni pip kalait katigut nagalunin hanak pakta kaya tam na pihuk takput. At siya min. Kaya nakakakto. Tabraw ko ataw chiko ako ting tamat ko na idirakalo kang at manikyan na tami. Tabraw tawag taman na okay kaptigit. Tawag tayo na okay mikat ka na hiyaklugo humula ka. Ilitsarap ka na hiyaklugo tamat ko tinuit kihula ka ke tamani ilokanyik. Tamanip tayo ang WT me dot ilitsarap ka na hiyaklugo.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Frame Lake.
Friend make me. Kaya galit kita para minihitak-tap ko nga ukautin lang mga ilitsarap ka lang mga kaya galit kaya. Tara 140 kilometer dun itokting Inuvialuktun eh. Tara tayo na kanok tayo na habaw takay badung tam na minihita mo na ukautigid ko kaya minihita mo umi. Tabra kanutun ka tamat ko at pimafatigid nagalunin pigibatigid. Tabra tawa ko na wani akapiraw alwaktin na nga. Minihitang mo kalwaktin na nga tamat ko at tuhak ra kaya ning mikat ka. Tabralo tayo na tamat ko at 140 kilometers dun tayo na ito naglaan ungahik tilanga tapos may ting miruwa ako ni. Tabralo tayo na ito naglaan tamat ko at na tabralo tayo na pinyak to kong itkikput. Nalup kahugik put pang mapaghuli. Kanok naktilak ng tamat ko at kanok ang alam niya ako tikrangan ni okakri kama tamat ko at okakinakit ka. Kaya nakokakte. Kaya nakmingihitak. Taok munakriruni nahinik angalat chiruni tabratamat kuat tabraw na apekruta falang niariga kanok tawak tamat kuat maktan kanutinaglan kinyawanikit na atutik rakakpat. Tabraw na alla ko ay na ataw chiko ako taman na angalat chinyar ni nga tap tuma atingitsok tamat kop taw kallat Inuit nagaluni kap temerit taman na angalan ni nga allaging mute kanok ataw chiko angin mute kaya nak tabrap taw na pekruta lang niya isini Inuvialuktun minihitak. Tabraw na tabrap pekruta nga una tabrap Fort Smith tabrap tamat ko pekruta nga tabrap tamat ko tabrap lutay na kanok naktilak nga tabraw na tam na tap ko nga kapruta kakto nga Inuvialuktun huk tamat ko tayo na tamat ko di sagutin himahit kapatid hula minihita ko na Inuvialuktun Inuvialuktun minihita ngat tabraw lutam na tap ko atin na hibun ako tikirangat na pingihawak patigit tabra Inuvialuktun Inuit ing migtigut tao kano heraw tikramingnik itsumakakamute tabra tamani Inuvialuktun Mani yellow knife me na isumatiga rakiga tamna. Tabralu tight na tangung itchot inyune ako tinginik at ako kuting ukakaktut. Tabrap tight na ilokating katimaraka kaming tamara tight na isumatiga rakigat. Tabrap tight na ay papag tight na tamat ko at ukakadakigait. Tamat ko lo tabrap tight na uniyo kong idyugit tabrap tight na ko katimaraka tight na tamat ko ning anapay hakalawa ko tamat ko at pigo mahong idyugit. Ukakti. Tap ko na tabraw ko at minihitam okalaw tidlawa nga tamat ko nga na kanuheraw tikraminik tabraw ta ko ba na Inuvialuktun na isumalulekot tayo na kano na tilak rangit matkot kuya nakpak minihitam okalaw tidlawa nga huraka tingin niya tilak ranganik mani yellow knife inani tight na isumiwa kami at ilokating kaya nako kakte tabrap tak JUNE2022 na kanok tingin mikangatam na nagalunin ilitsarap kaing itchut inyong nik tight na kanakted kanok isumiyo ko timingnik kaya nakpak isiani kaya nako kakte tabi isiani tukot na Inuvialuktun minihitangat tabrap taw kilo kating tight na ilitsarap kakabot tamat kot kabamaurot nagaluni mani inuit kanok angalachirillo ilihaktonik munakrit sabalutay na tamatkodit na ilokainik ilitsurip kakanearabut kanokautik sang tabraw tau ko na ta penik kuptiu una tabra kape kwaklu tamatkodit na tabralo tay na tunagalan kanu tunagalanin na matkot kinyawrani katok paurak tugut tamat kuninga ukakto kanya kota kanokaloak tinagit tabraw kot ilitsokigit kay na kanok angalan niya ako tikrangin tabraw tamat ilitsokigit tabralo tay na tabraw tamat na yellow knife meal tay na ukautigirang matigit tay na isumangatin kuyanak ukakti tabraptak tamat na ilokain ata ikakakluman na Canada kanito naglan kasalek kuchik hiroak akihuhiroak tabratam na ukakalaw kia tabralup taok ilokain yikmat mani nunapting ni taok tay na kasalek akihuhiroak inyuaktuat ilitsorek tabratamat tabraw kwat kaba maurat mani tabraw wagut kaba mauragut tabraw kayo ako na aklugit tabraw inawralani kayo aklugit isang matigihugibot.
The communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions.
Ikayo aklugit tamani inyo ni aktuat inawralani tabraw tap tuma minyihitam tamna tabraw tay na tamat ko di sumatigid labagit nagalunin angalan labatigid tamat ko akitsakto at kasalit ukakti kuyanakpak ukakti tabraw tay na tabraw tamat ko na kanok angalatsiri ubagot na tamat ko tabraw tay na tunagalan tap ko kasalili kirit nagalunin ataningit nagalunin angalatsiringit tabraw tamat ko na itutay na tabraw minihita ko na tamat ko kanilabatigit ilitso kanilabatigit tabraw nunapting ni na awla kaurakto tamat ko ikayo tikrangin ni pakakpat tapkot tabrap tao ukot kabamat kanok ikayo tikrangin ni katigid lagi but tamat kot Yellowknife Northman kaya nako kakti ikpakrak tabraw na ukakadla ka tabrap taok mani territory mi na matkod ikakakluman na nunagputay no kakadlang mika tamnap taok na munakariruak inyong nik na apasurlaw lu tabraw tamna tabraw na minyuhitawrak munakari ane aktual kiryonik nagalunin na ikayuigurakuronik tabraw minyuhita ko na ane aktual kirito bagut munakariruat tabraw tao kalang kumigatam na himaw hermikangat tabraw lutay na tunagalan tamat ko at kano tunagalan tamat ko nga anneartualaqsitait na marahiinikit na aitsaqaqigaat qanitagalaan taamna tabrailitsoqap kallakkit katabratait tunagalaan tabralu tabraptaq public tamatkot pisimi qanoq tabratamatkotin na Isuaqibaung taaptuma angalatsirim minyihitawro tamatkot minyihitawro pisimi iloqatiktait na ativaat minyihitangat una anneartualaqarit tabrauna pangmapagkakiulilait kigataamna isu tamatkuatin na tamatkuatin na apasruaqaqalugit tamatkuninga annialermata inuit marahinginniktait na tamatkuatin na ilitsorap karpan nga tait na tunagalan qanoq tamatkuatin na tunagalan marahinikit na aitsorunarpat tamatkua tait na qiyanaqoqarti tabralu tait na aperuutaqa una tait na tiummanga Yukon mi tamatkuatin na tamatkuninga marachinikit na ingmingniktauq angalachuga tamanna taamna tabra qiyanaqoqarti taamna tabra ilitsorap kallagukkiga tabraptauqtait na tamatkuat anniartualaqilinikka ikayuiruat tait na tabra pingahunik tabra tamatkuninga NWT mi pingahunik tabra tait na marahiqasluknik pivluting tabra tait na tabralu tait na manna tangaq pivaitsoq maani nunaptingni Northwest Territories ni Yellowknife Northmin qiyanaqoqarti ilihimarunga tait na tunagalan taangaqtuartuat ilihimaritka taamna tabra maani pivaitkaat tabralaptauq tamatkuninga marahinik nagaluni marahiqaslungnik tait na atoqtuat tabra qanoq tamatkuatin na tabra tamatkuat qimilaqioqlugit ilitsoqaniaqlugit tamatkuninga qanoqinniartilaakrara tamanna tabralu tabraptauq pisimi tait naptauq munaqriruat marahinik tabra tait na qiyanaqpakoqarti Yellowknife unaptauq miñihitaq anniartualaqalinik taamna qimilqiuqiga pangmapag Trinity Willademi
qiyanaq una qarigalak uqarillanniaqiga akku tuhanginniqamma ukaata uqurruanika qanoq habauttaributigit qanoq April May ukaata inuita atuktot ukroroni kanok akitchu nega behuvat konak akitchu koyanak kakte ukota kanok ako kiukara mampuimin Piqaqaluartuitaglaan ukota qanuqa uqruranika atuqtuata akitsoqparaq
Of the price of diesel. So the wholesale pricing, petroleum pricing was volatile during the resupply program, and the GNWT made reasonable efforts not to purchase petroleum projects when the prices spiked. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tunade-Welde. Thank you, Member for Tunade-Welde. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I could ask my colleague why his costs have increased, but we can get back to the member. Thank you.
Uqawtiffaaraneriga annu qoyanak qanuqa akiffaaq patita kuata qanuqa atoqaming uqruranik qanuqa kuata kinyaranika kitsoqtaraq tuta qanuqa qanuqliqa atoqmating kuata uqruranika akitsoqparaq huyanak Tunade-Welde min huyanak hunaqpat lutal kemina kuat uqruranika tuqtuat qanuqa ikayornearpatigit ukiutrik qanuqa akitsufaaq kuata uqruranika tuqtuat infrastructure mina kiulangnertuq kuata akihoraluartuta kuata uqruranika atuqtuat qanuqatoqmata qanuqliqa qanuqa kuata atoqmata tautugu kitka huyanak ukuat mis qanuqa ukuata inyarani uqruranika atuqtuat qanuqa pivata qanuqa nakuqivatigita qanuqa tuqtuat uqruranik huyanak $140 million tuna atuqtuat ukuat qanuqa pigalortuat ukuat qanuqa havaaqpaqtuat taina atoqmata qanuqliqa nakuqqiñarluit habak pat o kota kanorleka lichurip karneau gait kot kanorleka kanok nakukinyak habak bait about the hugalorik put got British nikta who da kodik bait up kodik bait tain koyanak Mr. Speaker o hakti kanok akitok nek patita got habak bait kanok pinyak patit koyanak infrastructure 2018 mi got kanok about the igalwa at 2018 got $700 million and I took that got nakung chok na napak got ka kanok kanok habang nek pati tu got kanok got apkodak pang nika Heber South minukalang nek tok Mackenzie Valley Highway una kanok habak patit got in our utakivait to got kanok habang bata got kanok habak pata Mackenzie Valley Highway una apkodak pak ukarinel put kanok habang nek pati got 2024 dun got kanok kanok maliro taliro ne right got kanok tam na habang nek pati ukarinerat kuyanak una habak bait kanok got kanok ukaribait ukaribagit got federal government dun federal government got kanok ikayunya kalwaat got katimagalok to kanok ikayo fluid got apkodak pang mika pinyak tota kanok kinyar nika pihukalok to aglan katimakhalita pinyangit kait kuyanak. Apikrilang niya itong Minister of Finance nung kanok ukot kanok finance mina ukalang niya ito. Tabra malawataliw maligu right kuyanak ukot kanok ukot malawataliw tata kihuta ukot pivot 21-22 mi 13 tuna got habang nekta to got employees niktay huga to got kanoka maluniga ugot pirot
Ana.
kakte taiku 13 and 2 maluk tauta kanutun kinyarnika atokonek pat kanuk got indigenous management training program niktay hugadu got taniktin tanungi chat ilihakanek tot kanok pinyak patigit ikayok patigit kanok habang niyak iputa una kanok leka kuyanok Twin Lakes man. Okay, kanok got habag tinyak pati to got inuit tanungit chat kanok ikayonek pati kanok ikayonek pati to got tanungit chat got ilihakanek tot kuyanak finance min kilang nek tay na ikayonek ikayosironek tugit kanok leka kanok got pipiarlugit nakurokan about takineligit kikput got igiharnek tot got igiharnek tot kun ikayoneligit kikput kuyanak Minister of Health and Social Service. Got nudat kanok ikayilingin pati ito got nudat Inuit kuyanak ukotauqa piñaqmata ukotilla ukota atuqtuata pimaqlungnika atuqtuata inñaita qanuqa ikayu ñaruruta qanuqliqa ukotinarani uhima ukotanitat Koyanak Cam Lakeman Kanoka Health and Social Services pihuvat kanoka ikayuihuvat kanoka nutanika kuat pinyaktot kanoka ikayunyak patit kanoka nutanika ikayunyak patakot kanoklika tapkot hoaklunika atorot habak parakalok tuguta aglanukot kanoka angiyukangita angiyukangita ka ikayok nektut kuyanak kanutuna kinyarnika pihuvata kanoka ikayunya mata nutanik kanok kuyanak habak parakalok ukota kanoka ikayok neklugitukota nutata atuktot hak malungnik kanoka kota kanoka ikayok nek hugaluakik puta kota nutata kanoka habang nek tota kanoka habang nek patigita kota chokanyak lugitap kota kuyanak kanoka ikayuivait kuyanak kanoka harm reduction niktay hugatuna kanoka ikayunyak tota ukota kot nutakanika atuk tota tain hoaklungnik una 12 helpline miktay hugatukota kokhoanak tuka una ukotaka nitakata kokhalarta taptumunga humilaka kokhalarta taptumunga tapkunana kuyanak Bampuimina Kalang Ukot Mikirudat Inaurat Kanok Ikayok Patija got Kanok Great 12 Lihaktot Kanok Ikayok Patit Kanok Tunika Kinika got Kanok Ingeroi Galak to the Kanok Pingituli. Education, culture, and employment. A picture young area. Kanok Huna Kanok Pinyak Padi Dukota Lihakanektot in our ni. Kanok Ikayok Pihi. Kanok Pihi, Kanok Ukot Ikayonek, Patigita, Kanok Ilihakanektot, Kanok Ikayuinak, Patigita, got Nutakat Ilihakanektot. Kanok Pinyak Patita got Lihakanektot Nutakat got in our ni. Kanok Ilichore Hunia right Kanok Lihakanektot Kanok Ikayonek Patit. Kanok Lihakanektot Ikayunek Kanok Ikayunek Big Patit. Got Habaktot Kanok food allowance Niktai Huga to got Negarutit Nerutinika Ikayonek Louis to got Lihaktot Kanok in our ni. Kanok Pinyak Petit Kuyanak.
Bills, reports of committees on review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees, reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents, Minister responsible for the Workers' Safety Compensation Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table the following 3 documents. 2019 Annual Report, Workers' Compensation Appeals Tribunal Annual Report. 2020 Annual Report, Workers' Compensation Appeal Tribunal Annual Report. And 2021 Annual Report, Workers' Compensation Appeals Tribunal Annual Report. Must seat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Member for Frame Lake.
frame lake minya. Hukat ukwad okaril lang nerit ka. Kuya nak. Ukwad okaril lang nerit ka. Ukwad notice sa motion time. Cam lake minya kalang nektok. Ukwad ay chulang nerit ka. Ukwad nutar nun nerit ka. Yellowknife North. Government ni ka kukanektok. Kano ka ukwad ukwad hinyong ni ka inart kano ka
By 20.
37 tun inya igluchair nertut. Tamna okarad laki gatap mga glan. Tabralo tay naptawak hibon mun ukod okarad niyarait. Tabralo tay na tunagalan kanakoting maunga Inuit kaya kabat maunga nunapting nun. Tabralo tay na mani ito ako luwit isang materialo akibut maunga kairo at habagya. Manilo tay na mani nunapting ni na habagya ako ding kairaktot. Mani ito ako tingahin tam na isang matigipaya mani ito ako luwit Inuit kay pat kairo at maunga habagya ako ting. O kakte, tawa ko na Friday meet you. Friday pata binga check pan tab ko tabra Friday meet tabra time alakogit ka. Tabra October 13 mo naglan. Tabra lot June 3rd, 2022. Tabarab tayo na mani Inuit uvone akapiraw rot hibon niyo wik pang mi. Tabarlo tayo naptaw ka okakti. Tabarab tayo tap ko katimapakili chutap ko tabarni katimadakpay. Tabarlo tayo na ito naglan tayo malakawit ka tayo na June 3rd min tabra tayo na isang matakak patalon tayo malakta pang mapak.
Welcome back, colleagues. Motions. Member for Ditcho.
Mr. Speaker,
Okota kanoka inuita inuqaqtuuta hippanika kota inuita mani 26 nika inauriqaqtuut okota indigenous people niktaihugai kotangungichot kota ka ingilaqantaina kanoka nakungichomika pihugai nit ingilaqat okota indigenous people niktaihugai kota tangungichot kanoka pinyaqpatit okota inuita nakungichongit inugaluartot kanokukota anneerutit nakungichot cancernik tahiugat na ukota anneerutit nakungichot kuyanak nakungichonika anneerutit tunide walide kokharai tukota kavamata kanoka ikayuiniaqpatit kanoka kota kanoka tiniaqpatit ukota kanokpa miniaqpatit ukota government Northwest Territories ukota kanoka nursery taka ikayu huruta ukota nursery ikayu huruta ukota kanoka nagalunin taktit ukot na government kanoka ikayuiniaqpata ukot 120 days ublinik kuyanak dechomin kuyanak ukota kanoka pinyaqpatit ukota kairanga manga habang nere taukama kanoka ikayuiniaqlunga I'm a vimni kanoka ukota kanoka ukota anneaqtot ikayuarniaqlugit kanoka kanokukota pihugaluartot aglan ukota health center mukta taihuga tukota annervirak pulakluda hihamanik mi naangalunin sisamanik pulak taktot aglan anu kanoka ikayuinaqqirutukota annearta inuita annearurut anneartot ikayuingitchut anneartuarnik ikuyuingitsut nakuruakun qanoqukkuat nakuhingitsut huli qanoqa ukkuat anneartuat ikayorlugit qanoqa nakungitquli qanoqukkuat ukkuat qaikapta una aglait kuat qanoqa ikayuinaqqirut ukkuat ubagut pihukkaluartugut Inuit naalaknaqqirut ukkuat malerutaliortit malaruka aranaituoq in Port Resolution talerne min taquna aqqorriaq huna ilitsuqanyapiartuquna qanoqa qanoq anneartuat taapkuat munarinaqqirut qanoq anneartuatukkuat qanoq ikayuihukkaluartunga ikayuiniarpik qanoqa nuuttarlu humik qanoqa ikayuiniarlunga taiku tunde will demina qallangniartoq uqqarte
Can't hear you.
una uqarihuugiona qanoqa ukkuat qanoqa anneartuat qanorliqa ukkuat ilitsoriliariga ilitsoriniaritka ukkuat qanoqa anneartuat qanorliqa mental health issues niktaihuugait ukkuat anneartuat ukkuat tauqa tuharunga inyungnit ukkuat uqqartuat qanoqa ikayuiniarpita ukkuat ukkunanik annearparaqtuat qanorliqa mental health niktaihuugaatuna qanoqa ikayorniarpita iluqata ukkuat anneartuat qanoqa ikayuiniarpita got apichrui galok to the Kanorleka ikayoner ikayunyak Kanok apichrui huruda ikayonik bihukalo luting. Masi. Taiku. Here was house me now, Kalang Napsok. Kayanak. Ukwatu kaktuat, kwat habaktit mani, malikotaliok tot. Ukwat daw cancer mika, akaktuat, anneron tam na cancer na kungit kaloktok. Ukwata inawrani inuit anneaktot kanok. Ikayo nakirit. Takte chut nagaluni nursery related nursery nika pichut inawrit tapkot kanok ikayo nakirit ukot inawrani. Kanok marahinig ay chui huwat kanok. Ukwat daw kanok ikayo nakirit ukot kanok leka ukot inuit tamani. Inunapting ni inarni hukwat kai mata kanok Pilyar mata inyo tapkot ikayo inak tot tingin mata mga ubapting na pihurit kuyanak. Great slave min kuyanak. Mga nalagtaro nga mga kanorleka inyong mata. Kwat ni nyut kai hurut bam nung apekhrui luting agla amaling adwo ka tuhalay kat.
And that's
Ukot nalagtaro git ka Inuit humilaka mani Northern Territories ni namikirura ni inara ni MLA gungit kalaktunga mga kaya marunga uwani MLA gurunga. Tabrap tawak tayo na tuhalay chod matkot tuhangin mating kanuhakalawa koting nagalunin o kakalawa koting matkuninga iwakala koting ikayok tikraming ni kila ni ikayok tikraming ni pakit sila ichut wam na wakto dila ni mga inawara ni kaibluting kaya nakwakakti wangap tawak ko na nutita crown Tabra nakwake pe tabra wangap tak nan munakriura runga tabra tait na hinik tabra tak ilihi marunga tait na habak marunga tamat kunani inawra ni tait na munakriura matkot inawra kako iglo kako tait na inawra lani Tabaptaaqtamat koat qilamikiroktuanik na munaqriruat matkoat tabaptaaqtaitna qilamikirokhoting taitna ikayoqniaqlugit munaqraurat taitna ataramik muna havagaqtut tabalu taitna aimapingni na munaqrauraqaqurut tabraglan taitna tunaglani na munaqrauraqaqtuat tamani inawalani ilihimarunga uwanga taitna munaqraurang qimavlunga taitna lu taitna tapat kunani na ilichaqaniaqtuani qimilaqewaqtuani na munaqrauraurunga ilihimagit kaqanutunaglan taitna tamatkoti na qanoq tamatkoti kayoqniaqpitigit na aulaqaqtuat anniaqoting ikayoqtaqallabluting na maliktaqallabluting piruat atauhitualu man munaqrauraq atauhimi inaurami tabral taitna naluraqtut qanutunaglani na taaktinikit na ilitsoqalileitchut taaktiin mantaman kohat akhlawami saatuumimi tabral taitna tamanna anniaqluun mamitseqillaq taitna hiakkimaroq taununga taunani inaurallani ilani
healthcare system. They
akrala qangitchut tabrata taaktileaqataqami tabralitsoqilaqataaqqiga taitna anniaqluutilik atsaga tabralut taitna taitna taavani na inaurani illuni akraliga illuting taitna utiqtautikramingnik taaktileaqutikramingnik naagaluni munaqrauramik tautigaaqukkuting ilaanni pihukkaluaqtutaglaan akralagitchut akralaqangitchut tamatkuati na munaqriruat tabraikayoq tabraukuat utoqqanaat matkuat na inuviaktuat naalaktuaqqimagitka qanutunagalaan tabraukuat tangungitsuat utoqqanaaguvut inuviaktut taitnaillit taitnaaqigait tabra taamna tangungitsoq taitnailli qanoq iloqating taitna iloqating inaurallani inaqaqtut tamatkuat munaqraurat taitna ilaani matkuat munaqrauranik ataramik munaqraurat taitna munaqilaitkait tamatkuat utoqqanaavut qanoqitilaangili na piuraqalugit pilaitkait qanoqlu tabra qanoqinmagaitaalaitkait taitna pulaktaqalugit na qanoqinmagaataalaitkaidillaani tabraptauq taitnaptauq tabrani havakama tabra taitna tunaglani na ilitsoqap qaqaniaqalugit matkuat anniaqtuat pilait tabra taitna laitkait tabra waguttauq taitnaittugut ataramik taitna apaqroqauralaitsugut ingeqroqauralaitsugutunik pihuktaptingnik kangeqqamagaita apaqruuralaitkaillunni apaqrulaitkait kangeqqamagaita matkuninga huraqautikramingnik naagaluunin annialuutimingnik uqqaqilaitkait tamatkuat tabra taitnaittut tamani inavallaani ittuat uqqaqqaqiitchut uqqauralaitchut innaingeqluuralaitchut Tabertai na itong aptak, tabertam na okaktak, kamagigiga buwang aptak. Taberaptak ubagut tait na tabertai naktuat ilihimagit ka inyugek tuanik tait naktuanik tuhay marunga. Ilangay tamat ko at ki nursery raichut tayo na mo nakaraw raichut. Inaw raichut luni tamat ko at nursery raichut na. Habag wikrangin yik mo nakaraw rat. Tabar tayo na tamat ko at tawak tayo na tamat ko at inyugek tuat nalo. Na inawalani tamat ko nga kamilakayok tuanik kanakin magaitak tuanik inyong niktay na hitchut. Munakraw chuluni. Tabalo kanutala tuturak tumilo kamatay manluk tamat ko din na ating itchut. Tabatay na. Tabraw tira tay na awla ko ting inyuek tuan tay na kemarut. Tamini ngay ko ting ay mawing ngay ko ting tabar tay na ko ting awla kak titakayat. Tabrap tawak tamp ko at tabralo tay na tamat ko at Tylenol time na marahek atok toa perat inawalani humilika ilitsuri kama ilitsuri ragat tabertaman na kamilakawaktat ka ilitsuri peka tam na kihenik tabra ay tsuri tap tuminga marahimik Tylenol miktanik tunit atinga itok. Taberlo tayo na munakrawarat tamat ko at Niaktuali kirit mat ko na o kain na katimaraka ko ting nagalunin nalunin ilitso kanya pe ako ting taman na pirakragat yalo naip mi MLA guruak mikiruanip tao ka inyo niaktuat nagalunin MLA guruak mikiruani inawrani. Kaya nako kakte. Tabraw te chumin nalagtulalit kaya. Tabraw na tam na nudit kumiga tam na. Tabraw tawakit na mikironi inawrani MLA guro tay na isumagidlaglit kit ka. Tamat ko aptakan naktulak kironi kit na. Anak to la kredit na muna kaya galawang itamat ko din na inawra ni itot. Ataw chikun tamat ko tikin niya ribut na angalan niya ribut kahit na ito atun angalat chuklugit. Tabraw na isang matikap ko tam na pitkagalawa piyaki ka awla ko kay hibon niyo nun man na ato kogiga. Tabrap tao ko mga tao ka kaya parli kigaw na day chomin yung kaktuak. Tabraw na tao tam na tabrap tao mamprim o kakadlang mo. Tabrap tao tayo na tam na o kakadlang kang inawralani ikayok taichut. Tabralo tayo na ikayok tikramingnik ingakaro kaming tayo na ikayok tikramingnik pakit silaichut. Tabralo tayo na maninunap tingni tayo na itut agkakakluwaman na nunakput. Tabralo tayo na tamat ko aptaw kinara ni itut. Tabralo ilakata tayo na ilagay piyake but tamat ko at kano mikiruanin inawranin itkalawak tilugit ubagutahe ang iruanin itkalawak tilut sa tabra at irugut. Allang itsugut. Tabralu tait na at tuhat ko piakit katapkot ingiroktot ukaktot. Tabralu tait na tawak tait na inaurangit na munakilay piakay tamatkot. Tabralu tait na ilitsokanyak tugut pang mapagkay na tam na hagverngit kup tigo na ilitsorap kaingit kupta tam na irekhimaro tuokrikirok anneakon kuyanakpak. Yellow knife north me. Kuyanakokakti. Tam na tabra kamarung kuyagipelalit kit ka buwani habaktit nagaluni sumyoktit katimarit. Tabra tam na isumati piakalugo tam na pinakrakikput. Tabra lo tayo na anmong mantaw ka kinyawati unit na kinyawati na anmukto akarim mata galoak mata ublupak pangmapak tabra tam tamat kot itkagilugit. Tabra ubagut tapkot isummatigi piakalugit isummatigi rakrakiyaloakibut tabra tamatkot anneak toalakironi. Kuyanakpak kakti. Sa batchman. Kuyanakokakti. Tabra tao ko na tam na nutitakrak kangat tabra tam na wangap tao ka ang amiga. Tabra ilokata tait na isumalo kilakik putam na 99% dun. Tait na ito ka tait na isumati kaptigo tait na tunagalan na iliamarak mani ilihimagikput. Tabrap tawak mikirwani inawarlani. Tabra 14 tunukiw ni tait na katimarakak tuanga. Tam na tabra hagwek kimarok. Kuleak to kimagat ilihimagit katuha himagit ka at taramig tait na kaktot. Tabra tam na nakuha kamiga. Ang kamiga tam na nutakrangat. Unap tau kanyak tola kirinin minihitawrak. Tabra na tabra ukot ilimarigut ubagut tabra tamatkotit na ukto kakakibut. Tamatkotit so atin angalat sukruit annaktot.
That we are facing an unprecedented crisis of staffing in our healthcare system. We have vacancies across the board.
Habak tikrailiyokaktugut. Habak tikrailiyokaktugut tamat ko na ni annaktola kirit na annaktola kirot rini uwanga minihitawalakto nga tabrat habak tailiyake hurugut inyong nik annaktola kirini. Tabrap tawak tam na tuhakanak kimarok. Kanok allaging niyak na tuhahimagiga. 61% dun. Tabra tamatkotit na tabra ni habak kimarut. Habak tuhak. Tabra tawak tanungit chotit na annabakaktot. Tabra tayo na tunagalaning ilakan ay pani tayo na annakabing miyak pagaktot. Kafini tayo maukiw ni inyugek doon ni hibu tirami tabra ni taktut. Tabralu tayo na tanungitsonik. Tanungitsot inyuak pailuting tabrani anyakabing mi na taningitahin. Ang alalugit, naluit kin munakarara kakoting taningik. Tak kakoting taningik tamat ko tau tutuakangit. Tabertak tidlo munakarara lu tabertan ngubluting. Tabranip tau kabaktit tan ngubluting.
Extensive process of both internal and external review, and that the next review is scheduled for next year. We provide. I heard that people don't.
Kota ukakehugay tu kota kanoka kinyarikun kota kanoka apekroy hura tu kota anektot kinyarikun kota
Tapkop tak tabran matkot hapekraktot inyunernikun. Tapko tabra ilagay mibut. Anertoak inyang itlot. Aglan tamat ko di sumakto tao ki sumakaw ting tenet taman na inyunerniting huinyalik kangat na inyunelaw tangay koting. Kaya nakpak. Ilakay tabra. Tama ako tigsami ko na ukal lang nertok. Kaya nakokakti. Kaya nakparak tabra kaya nakpalitit kamat ko din na hawakatit ka. Tabra na isumaykap ko kanok niyak tilakra na kaya palitit ka tap ko at hawakatit ka. Tabrapta ko na. Isumalok to at tabra ni Northwest Territories ni. Inuit to at inuit. Tahit na ikayok ti kaming nik. Ikayok ti kaming nik anya kaming tahit na kamakita kaya tabra tamat ko at isumalok ibluit. Ukay lang nalitit ka. Umutigid lang nelit kaya tam na. Tabrapta ko na ilu uwani katimalit hibun niyoktit mani na kaya pawalitit ka. Ilihimarut, ilihimabluting tayo na ukaktot. Taman na na anekto lakidoani na tam na hibuneri crowd, hibuneri crowd ngat ataramik. Tam nalo tayo na adualo tayo na ilitsakip karne arlo. Ilitsakip karlo tamad kuninga. Tabraptak tamani Northwest Territories ni inyuniaktot. Tabralo tayo na tam na ilumon itok. Kaya nakpak habakatit. Tabratam na 10.3 ilokating tap ko ang anekto tap tuminga pihuk taming nik piniaktut. Wani katimarak pang mi. Sis tabralo tayo na tabratam na nuti tahamat yung nakuha yung film. Pechomin. Tapkot atingit wani katimarot taigulla niakait. Angalla niaktu tainilo kating kokok pating atingit. Cam Lake Min. Prim Lake Min. Yellowknife North. Mount Creamy. Great Slave Min. Nahandemi. Yellowknife Min. Chateau Min. Tabalu Dog Damna. New Bootleg. Yellowknife Center. River North.
The results of the recorded vote, 10 in favor, 0 opposed, 7 abstentions. The motion is carried.
Damna tabernat Ikhwaria di lokating. Taber tight na tinagalan 10 Cam Lake Me. Kaya na ko kakti. Taber ukot 91 taber ukot. Taber commission tap tuma. Okay, crowd tinga taber ilan. Taber tamat kot malakot talatin na hibo na kaligid. Taber November 30th ni. 91 bracket 4 taber lutay na tinaglani na taber lutay na itchakranik tatkakewtini na taber ni tukraw ko na nagalunin taber ni kupanikin yu itukot katimariti na tam na pitkupani taber June 2nd taber na hiwaraw na Negawakaya tap tumahin tuglakang Bootleg Min. Taber Northwest Territories ni. Taber na taber tam na commission ng oharok kaukling oharok June 22nd na taber kot naraktot ito tun na taber tap kot nuta nga uma taber kot taber kakak patin taber kot na ang awit ang alalu Cam Lake Me. Trinity Willie.
The member for Frame Lake.
Frame Lake Me. Yellowknife North. Mom for me. Great Slave Me. Nahande Me. Yellowknife South Me. Sato Me. Range Lake Me. And you Bootleg. you'll now send to me. Rivers North. Inuvik Twin Lake. The Chomin. River South. The Batchamin.
The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Bill 23, 29, and 40. Committee report 30-19 brackets 2. Table document 657-19 brackets 2. Table document 658-19 brackets 2 with member for Inuvialuktun Lakes in the chair.
Inuvialuktun Lakes mina aqpiniaqtuq.
I now call committee.
Ukata uqariniaritka ukata una table document niktai hugatuna qanoqa aglait dash 19 brackets 2 quna ukata pifarniaqtuut annugu.
I'll now call committee back to order.
Ukot pifarniaqtuut ukot table 651-19, 2022-23. Oh God,
Just try it.
Or fully offset by federal funding include the following: $9.4 million.
$9.4 million and 7.4 million. Got $5.5 million and I took that or I that $2.5 million and got
Education and second official language instruction, 2019-2020 to 2022-23.
Just call the numbers.
$2.1 million in aviation thing nika hakuk. $12.9 million in flood recovery miktai hugay dulik pakta ikayolugit. $6 million in ukota igiluchat nagaluni nigilokaktot kaloka ikayolugit. $2.5 million in pinyangit katukot reduction niktai hugay tukot mikli nyaktut. Kayanak. Ukot
This is to the chamber.
isagutel lichuda ukot ikayornertot. Uba isaktut. Ukot uba ikayornertot atingit. Bill McKay, Terence Coutre, ukot ikayi nyaktut. Kanaka frame lake minya kalang nyaktok. Kanaka epekri nyakt. Epekri huktunga uminga. Ukot kanaka kinyarani katuktot pinyeligit kait. Kinyarani $1 million, $2.2 million in got ikayu nelinya kota got I'm a mun I'm a vichon and ikayu near got tobacco tax increase na karlingita kanoka pinyak patit ikayunyak patit kayanak kanoka ikayunyak dot kanoka ikayunyak tut kayanak na got atonak budget ning tai hugay to got kano April, May, June, July, August. Kano how about kamirung kilometer nekpata kuyanak kanok inik kanok pikroy kapta una aglay tao ka Koyanak frame lake min Koyanak Hubludaman takke to got tobacco tax nick dai hugay to got higarinik taxes una Koyanak Koyanak $35 million $35 million to not at 7.54 and noon kanok got hatonek dot kanok Koyanak una supplementary reserve nick dai huga to got kanok atonek pati got kanok uminga tax nick
Thanks, Madam Chair. And as we eat into the supplementary reserve, that means that there's less money for capital projects, the capital budget, which we're going to get to.
Got akili fakrat kanitun pinyak pati Koyanak 50% to na kanok 50% to na tukat una kanok kinyarnika ato connected kanok pivot Koyanak hibun mo na laktut kanok pinyak pati ito got hibun mo na laktut 6.7% 7.1% dun got akil farnak kanok pinyak pati ito got kanok akil fakrat Koyanak COVID buvak lalum manin man kanok 2023 kanok pinyak pati ito got akilifaknak Koyanak Anu pikri farnak tunga. Ja. $55,000 in at the connected. Who got the table document nick day who got to got the Kanuka Makpirata before Nerat. $12,000 beach. Got the $340,000 in I took that committee $1,336,000 in Kanuka. $1,318,000 in Pinyak but committee Nika Taihugatuna. Education, culture, and employment. $1,715,000 in the Turnerpat. $5 million in Haturnerpat Kanukran. Yellowknife North $5,470,000. Polytech University. We've got Turnerpat Polytech University. Iliharvik Pangmik. Iliharvik Pangmik ng Kanukran. Haturnerpat. Deputy Minister Kiulang Nertok. Deputy Minister Mackay. Uba Kiulang Nertok. Ukata Tokata Nut. Una Iliharvik Paka Polytech University Miktay Hugatuna. Ito ko na ating kuyanak.
Update whether there's any further money committed from the federal government for the transformation. I think, well, obviously there's hundreds of millions needed one day for infrastructure, but I know we're also doing a programming review, which is kind of key to that. And we've actually agreed to re-implement some programs. So I'm just wondering if there's any federal money in the programming area. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there's nothing currently appropriated that's not, well, if it's not showing up here, it's not coming in as an appropriation at this time. I think it is probably reasonable to assume that more is going to be needed before we get to the point of a polytechnic, but that we'll have to just stay tuned for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. General comments, or sorry, any on this section, labor development and advanced education? Okay, so education, culture and employment, labor development and advanced education not previously authorized, $5,395,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, education, culture and employment, total department operation expenditures not previously authorized, $18,092,000. Does committee agree? Committee, please turn to page 7 of the table document, Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Environment and Natural Resource Corporate Management not previously authorized, $15,000. Does committee agree? Environment and Natural Resources, Environmental Protection and Waste Management, not previously authorized, $311,000. Does committee agree? Environment and Natural Resources, Environment Stewardship and Climate Change, $379,000. Does committee agree? Environment and Natural Resources, Forest Management, not previously authorized, 800. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if I've beaten my colleague to asking about this one. It's my understanding that there is a prediction of a warmer and hotter summer this year, and as a result, probably a higher forest fire risk. So could the minister please speak to how many airplanes are we getting for that $830,000? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that this is that provides for 2 aircraft. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And are those 2 aircraft with one company, or will that be spread over 2 organizations? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're anticipating this is with one company. Thank you. It's for 45 days. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What happens when or if we don't use that money, or is this going to always be spent as a result of just keeping those airplanes on standby? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, quite often the finances would be restricted for particular purposes, but let me just turn this to the Deputy Minister and see if he can provide more detail on this one. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the department required, at least for this year, to ensure that they had those planes available in case they needed them. And that was because it was apparent that there was going to be a shortage of planes available this season, so they wanted to make sure that they had those available in case, so that they wouldn't be short planes if they needed them. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So then is it correct to say that this is just the amount of money to hold the planes, and then should the planes then be used for suppression, we wouldn't be incurring more costs? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my understanding is that this is meant to be a contract for the use of those planes for the 45 days. It's similar, if you might recall, to what was done last year. Again, just given what the impacts of COVID were on the airline industry and the predictions for the potential for a significant fire season. It's not necessarily intended to be long-term in the sense of multiple years, but will provide for the use of the planes for this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one last question. Does that then include like the cost of fuel, all costs in for suppression, or would there be additional sort of materials costs on top of that? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it is my understanding that this should be the full costing for the use of those airlines for the 45 days. Now, I say that with just a note of caution that what we're seeing right now in terms of inflation, fuel costs, and essentially all costs around us seemingly rising, it's not to say that there couldn't be increased costs to the forest fire season this year. We're certainly very hopeful that it's not. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Maybe you can ask the Minister of Infrastructure then if you can buy fuel from her, since it's always steadily laid out. No more comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That is a comment or a suggestion. All right. Environment and Natural Resources, Forest Management, not previously authorized, $830,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, Environment and Natural Resource, total department operation expenditures, not previously authorized, $1,535,000. Does committee agree? Committee, please turn to page 8 of the table document. Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs. Executive and Indigenous Affairs Cabinet support not previously authorized, negative $20,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Executive and Indigenous Affairs Directorate not previously authorized, negative $20,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Executive and Indigenous Affairs Executive Council Offices, not previously authorized, negative $80,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, Executive and Indigenous Affairs total department operation expenditures not previously authorized, negative $120,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, please turn to page 9 of the table document, Department of Finance. Finance Directorate, not previously authorized, $6,190,000. Does committee agree? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see there's $6,200,000 increase to the Housing Corporation, which shows up in the Department of Finance as a transfer. My understanding of this money was that it was going to be a permanent increase to the Housing Corporation, so that their grant from the government, the JUNE2022 has been rather consistent for almost a decade or so. So I'm just wondering if this is a permanent increase to what we give the Housing Corporation, and if so, how is there anything that kind of reflects that in the main estimate or in the supplementary appropriations? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the core programs amount there that you see for $4 million is going to be ongoing. It wouldn't necessarily be reflected here. This is a supplementary appropriation to the 2022-23 main estimates, but it should be showing up when we do the review for the 23-24 main estimates and through the business planning cycle. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and then I take it that the 2.2 emergency shelter homeless funding may be in a bit more of a question than the $4 million. Then my understanding is that this goes to a number of shelters, but one of them significantly was the Arnica, now known as the Spruce Bough in Yellowknife. I'm wondering if the minister has an update of whether any hope of ongoing funding, whether funding for what next fiscal would look like for that organization. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, that the amount for the emergency shelters was not intended to be ongoing, but to help provide some support to the Housing Corporation so that they in turn could support some of the shelters that were in sort of immediate need, and to tide them over, because it's my understanding that there were federal funds that were coming available, but they just weren't ready at the time. So it was meant for one time to get them through what was a difficult cycle. If there is further needs ongoing by the next cycle, then that would have to come through a business planning process. This $2.2 million won't be reflected as a permanent increase. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Finance Directorate, not previously authorized, $6 million. Oh, member for Montfouet.
Okay, thank you. I like here this where it says it's going to go towards home repair, emergency repair, fuel tank, and all, elders, seniors aging in place. I just want to make sure that, some of this gets spent in communities. And I hope this fund that we're going to be approving will not be used to hire more people to do more planning, studies, etc., as mentioned before. So I hope it will get spent in the communities. I would like to see it get spent in communities, in small communities or larger center, outside of Yellowknife. That's what I'm saying. So I would like to see this get spent out there, then spend, I hope it doesn't get spent to hire more people. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, these funds, and I take note, and I appreciate the comments here, that these are programs that really, one of the reasons I think that they were chosen or targeted is that they are funds that people can apply to, so that they are funds that then the dollars go out to the communities or to individuals who can apply to the funds. So rather than relying on what is frankly often already stretched capacity to deliver further capital planning programs from within JUNE2022 departments, and particularly and including housing, here individuals who would like to access the money from any community can do so. So I'm quite happy to have that opportunity to highlight the fact that there's been this increase to exactly that: emergency repairs, fuel tank replacements, the home purchase program, mobility modifications, several others as well, seniors aging in place, etc. So And I am looking forward to, certainly this is money that we hope does get spent by individuals in communities across the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you. Finance Directorate not previously authorized, $6,190,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Finance Human Resources, not previously authorized, negative $150,000. Does committee agree? Finance Management Board Secretariat, $1,615,000. Does committee agree? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about the reduction in contract services here in the Management Board Secretariat. It's rather significant, and I'm just wondering what contracts we expect to lose from this. I don't really understand what the Management Board Secretariat does, to be honest. And if we don't actually expect to lose any contracts, just if someone could color how we end up, with about $700,000 of surplus in a specific accounting line for this group. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so there are a few things bound up in there. I am mindful of time, but the Management Board Secretariat is an integral part of the Department of Finance, and they provide the strategic advice and analysis that goes into the Financial Management Board to help analyze decisions that are being made and help provide us advice when the Financial Management Board meets. There's quite a lot of information about them on the website, and I'd certainly be very happy to have the member go and look at it because they do perform a very important function. With respect to the contract services, and we've already seen a few, this one is perhaps more notable in terms of its size. The decision that was made around which departments and divisions within them to reduce contract services, it's not because there was necessarily a surplus or a known surplus. The effort was made in concluding the budget discussions with other members, with MLAs, that we'd make these reductions, but that we would try to make them in departments that have historically had the most surpluses as compared to some departments or divisions that actually often do run in deficit and actually need to go back and get more money put in for their contract services. And so that's the reason why this one here, again, historically hadn't seen a maximization of it. For any specific contracts that might be impacted, I would suggest we go to the Deputy Secretary or to Mr. Coutre, please.
Thank you. Mr. Coutre.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The contract service budget for Management Board Secretariat is really one of the main placeholders for all contract services done within the Department of Finance. So by default, it was one of the larger budgets in the department. We're not expecting that no work or contract services work is going to be foregone because of this reduction. Thank you.
Thank you. Finance Management Board Secretariat, member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to question the funding for air carriers for the period of January 1st to March 31st, 22. I understand that there was $1 million that was put aside for regional airlines that was not spent in the previous year, and the government of the Northwest Territories received an extension for an extra year to get the money out. Is that $1 million going to be spent on regional airlines? And if you did that, there would be only $1,091,000 that would be left for the other airlines. Is that correct?
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so there was no extra money remaining in this particular line item. There is a surplus amount in the Regional Air Transportation Initiative, or RATI agreement, which is managed under infrastructure, and which I think we'll come to shortly. These funds were negotiated with the Department of Transportation Canada for really out of COVID relief, yeah, as I say, there was nothing that wasn't spent in what we had available. Madam Chair, I think there was another question in there, and I apologize, I forgot what it was.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
The The government of the Northwest Territories did not spend $1 million of support that was supposed to go to regional airlines by March 31st, 2022. It seems that they've asked for an extension of an extra year to get the money out. I want to know why these funds weren't spent before March 31st, 2022.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, again, the Department of Infrastructure does manage the Regional Air Transportation Initiative, or RADI. It's a federal fund that is there to help maintain and reestablish regional air connectivity services across Canada that might have been impacted by COVID-19. It's being delivered by Canor, and that money did not all get out the door, but that is not the same. It's not the same money as what Department of Finance manages for the purposes of COVID relief. The RADI money was something that was helping to shore up services, shore up the airports. Essentially, it was really assisting with things that might come up as a result of COVID-19, but not necessarily relief funding to airlines or air carriers. The Department of Finance had the airline and air carriers relief funds that we were managing, and that's this one. And this came through in 4 different phases. And this is simply the fifth of the phases, and I anticipate likely to be the last of the 5, or to be the last, this 5th one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Chair, it's disturbing to me that Canadian North got 46.5% of the contributions that were given. Every other airline across the board, all are less than 10%. And regional airlines, especially the one from Northwestern Air Lease, was 4.1. The lifeline to some communities like Fort Smith and especially Fort Smith, because that's all we have there. And it was a major problem the last time the Phase 4 was brought out, and it concerns me that the majority of the monies that go out to these major airlines, ownership is not in the Northwest Territories. The ownership with Northwestern Air Lease and all the people that live in Fort Smith and work for the airline are all residents of the community of Fort Smith. And but Canadian North ownership is in Calgary. There's other Summit Air is in Ontario, the ownership. So likewise, our government is constantly making sure that southern interests overrides northern interests. This is extremely important to the people of Fort Smith because first of all, they used to employ about 75 local people that all live there and own homes there and do business in Fort Smith, including the owners. And yet we're sending all this money, 46.5% out of 51 point some million. That's about 25 million or more to Canadian North, and ownership is in Calgary. I'm not saying that they shouldn't get money to ensure that the airline still serves the North, but I just wonder where the priorities are. And I'd like to know what the priorities are. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so again, this is a program that was cost shared with the federal government, and it was part of funding that was being delivered through COVID-19 and the pandemic. When airline services across the country were facing fairly dire straits, when there was the sort of significant and immediate shutdowns of airline services and impacts to them. The portion that we received was to help maintain air service costs across the Northwest Territories. It was not, the federal government wasn't, supporting which, based on where ownership might be, they were supporting based on where the air services were based or being required. We were able to get some flexibility where for other regions there may have been only passenger services that were receiving the funding relief and supports. We were able to demonstrate that in the Northwest Territories there are carriers that service regions and communities that provide essential services, whether it's cargo, medical transport, medical supplies, et cetera, and in fact, COVID-related supplies ultimately. So that was the focus of these supports. It was again, it's not, an economic development opportunity. It was really ensuring that various networks remained alive and at least healthy so that services and routes could be maintained. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Economic recovery starts at home, okay? It wasn't an economic opportunity for a small airline to get some help in the 4th phase and now in the 5th phase. Economic recovery is for those people who live and reside in the Northwest Territories. We are constantly doing the wrong thing when it comes to these kind of initiatives, where we're always making sure that the southern interest is always looked after. And, that's not okay. When you have people in a community like Fort Smith with over 50 employees still there, all living and working there, spending their money there, going to the grocery store and all these other things, and our government and this minister decides that the criteria, they don't look out of the box with the criteria. They have a set thing to make sure that they look after the bigger air carriers, and the ownership is not here. That is unbelievable, unacceptable, and I'm not really happy about that. And I hope that when the amounts come out after we're done this session, like usual, that they take into account the regional airlines that actually serve the North and the people that are living here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Did you have any question for the Minister?
Questions?
Finance Management Board Secretariat not previously authorized, $1,615,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee. Finance Total Department Operation Expenditures not previously authorized, $7,655,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, please turn to page 10 of the table document. Department of Health and Social Services. Health and Social Services, Administrative and Support Services, not previously authorized, $2,684,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Health and Social Services, COVID Secretariat, not previously authorized, $11,707,000. Does committee agree? Or sorry, negative $11,707,000. Does committee agree? Health and Social Services, Health and Social Programs, $15,504,000. Does committee agree? Or sorry, not previously authorized, $15,504,000. Does member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think we should maybe talk about this. It's $15 million new dollars to the Health Authority, and $10 million of that is coming from what was previously budgeted for the COVID Secretariat. So I think we are in the final days of winding down the COVID Secretariat. I guess I was just hoping the minister could perhaps give us an update. A few months ago, when we approved the total COVID Secretariat budget, there was some talk of keeping some staff on going forward as we switch to endemic status. There was some talk about perhaps keeping 811. Just a bit of an update about what is going on with the COVID Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yeah, I wish there would have been the ability to give a bit of an update back when we were doing the main estimates as well. I think we all did. But it was really a time of significant transition and flux with COVID-19 at that time, so it was difficult to pin down exactly the timing or the amounts. So this is before us now. With respect to more generally what's happening, there are efforts here to reflect a transition that transitions not only out of COVID, but into hopefully better system capacity, given the impacts of COVID over the last 2 years, and given likely to be some ongoing impacts. There are still, indicators that there's consistently higher demands on public services, on public care services, higher demands on beds day to day, and that those that are there are there often for particular periods of time. So they're able to track those things. So some of this reflects that. There are still questions being called in and asked, and the need to deliver ongoing vaccine services, and anticipated as vaccines become available for youth, that will continue, as boosters are required, that will continue. And again, that there's a view to what can be done to transition successfully into, again, better services, longer term, utilizing the phone capacity, utilizing the public health services that we have now for testing, for vaccination. So again, it sort of reflects truly a transition from just what was focused almost solely or exclusively on COVID-19 to being focused on providing care in the context of long-term realities of COVID-19. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just point that, there's $15 million here going, 10 million of it was from COVID Secretariat. So clearly the department did a bit of assessment of what is needed to increase that capacity for the endemic going forward, and needed an extra 5 million. But we also know that the Department of Health and Social Services, even with its budget, runs a deficit consistently. I'm just trying to understand if there is still a gap, we think, of increased COVID costs on the healthcare system going forward, or whether we think, I know we're not going to make up the deficit, but whether we think this $15 million is adequately responding to what we need to do to make sure our healthcare system is properly funded in the year to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, at this point, certainly the expectation based on what was being done and what was being tracked over the last few months, on the last few months of where COVID was at, that this is expected to get us through that transition. I'm hesitating because, of course, I don't think anyone really knows what may or may not happen, say, this fall. There's certainly a hope that with the vaccination rates that we have, with the availability of vaccinations for youth, for boosters, et cetera, that we won't be back in any kind of significant situation, and that this transition will provide a transition that carries us through into a longer term state. And the comments with respect to the challenges that are in health and social services more generally, again, I would point to the fact that there is inclusion here of, increased capacity in community health care, community LPNs, primary care, public health, recognizing the impacts of COVID-19 and what that did, and allows now for, while this is transition related, it actually may well have longer term benefits that has to go through the business planning cycle, that is, but when you start to move forward, you can go into the business planning cycle at least with a sense of what these impacts might be and what the hiring might be. And so, it may well be that this is a transition that leads to longer term change, but that certainly remains to be seen. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Health and Social Services, Health and Social Programs, not previously authorized, $15,504,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, Health and Social Services, total department operation expenditures not previously authorized, $6,481,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, please turn to page 11 of the table document, Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Industry, Tourism and Investment, Corporate Management, not previously authorized, negative $201,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Industry, Tourism, Investment, Economic Diversification and Business Support, not previously authorized, $609,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Industry, Tourism and Investment, Tourism and Parks, not previously authorized, $600,000. Does committee agree? Oh, member for Great Slave.
Sorry, Madam Chair, you're just so efficient. I missed my spot to stick my hand up. I'm just curious to know, under the Tourism Restart Program, maybe the minister can just provide a little bit of detail on, is that money going to end up in the hands of tourist businesses, or will some of that be used for corporate or administrative costs? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is intended to go out to the operators. It's an extension of funding that is coming through the federal government in this case. Areas that we're targeting here is marketing and promotions, the operations, again, of tourism operators themselves, their capacity development, so training. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really glad to hear that. I know the tourism operators probably are as well. I'm curious to know that if we, and I would assume we'll reach the $600,000, is there an opportunity for us to have more money come here, or will we see another supplement coming? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is right now a one-time programming. It is was part of. Sorry, I missed the name earlier. The Tourism Relief Fund, which came out from the federal government and is extended through to the end of next year. I do hope that it's fully subscribed. That is certainly the point. It is whether we'll need anything further. Can't say. Again, hoping we don't continue to need any sorts of relief or recovery. The next stage of tourism funding would probably be looking over to the Tourism 2025, which is part of ITI's main estimates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Industry, Tourism and Investment, Tourism and Parks, $600,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, Industry, Tourism and Investment, Total Department Operations, Expenditures not previously authorized, $1,008,000. Does committee agree? Committee, please turn to page 12 of the table document, Department of Infrastructure. Infrastructure programs and services not previously authorized, $8,065,000. Does committee agree? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess I've seen a lot of money kind of moved around, shuffled around within this low carbon economy leadership fund agreement, and it looks like we're not able, quite frankly, to get money out the door. Maybe the criteria for accessing this money don't allow for folks to access it. I just don't really understand what the problems are. Can I get an explanation here? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there were a number of reasons. Well, there's a number of different funds operated, as the members indicated, and the different funds, there were different reasons why they may not have gone all out initially. But it is my understanding now that with COVID-19 behind us and various challenges associated to that, that there should be some money going out. There's initiatives including Arctic Energy Alliance programs, GHG grant programs. There was some low uptake under the Industry Buildings GHG grant program, but again, my understanding is that some of that was capacity that has now been resolved, and as well building retrofits and carbon sequestration, which was led by ENR, are all now, is my understanding, anticipating that they will be able to utilize these dollars in full. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can someone tell me then, this commercial and industrial greenhouse gas grant fund, what is it all about and who can actually access it? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I believe that Industry and Buildings GHG grant fund or grant program. And And Madam Chair, that would be an application-based grant program to support energy efficiency, renewable energy, and fuel substitution in industry and commercial buildings. Madam Chair, that is, and by application-based. Thanks, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The money for the Arctic Energy Alliance programs and services, it just kind of fluctuates up and down, and I know I've raised the issue of at least one federal program that requires an energy audit by certified auditors, and there's only one or two of them or something here in the Northwest Territories. How do we increase the access to some of these programs that Arctic Energy Alliance is running, and has there been any progress made on a requirement of an audit before you do something and then again afterwards? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think that, with respect to the administration of the program, that is probably a question best left to the department. I can certainly direct it to my colleague, or I can certainly undertake to ensure that now that we are seeking to move this money forward, that the departments that are involved, both infrastructure and ENR, are doing so mindful of the fact that we want to get the money out the door. So taking the comments around the availability of assessors into account when we do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would actually like to hear from the Minister of Infrastructure about that, if that's at all possible. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My computer just locked up, so I'll try and give this a shot. It won't do anything for me. The Arctic Energy Alliance, we did have, we're in the process of training some of the staff. There is a federal requirement in terms of, what sort of training is required, but we have two that are in the process of getting trained to be able to keep up to the amount of work requests that we're seeking. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, once the Minister is able to get her computer unlocked, I'd be happy to get more information on that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Did you have any further questions for the Minister? And we will get that commitment from the Minister of Infrastructure to give back to us with that information. Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Madam Chair, I think I saw the Minister shaking her head vigorously yes. So happy to take that commitment, and that's all I got on this item. Thanks.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to have a rather specific question about the Active Carbon Sequestration and Forestry Fund. My understanding is this, well, it was initially a 2019 election promise by the Prime Minister to plant 2 billion trees. That's where it started, I believe. And then we, for a number of years, couldn't spend it because there's a long-standing kind of policy in ENR that we don't actually do tree planting and reforestation. It's we wait for the forest to naturally regrow itself. But now it appears we are spending that money and replanting some trees. So if someone could just tell me the total amount we're spending on tree planting and how that kind of changed, or where we're planting trees, anything about this, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance, did you have a...
I just might, Madam Chair. Thank you. So 21-22, I mean, nothing in front of me indicates a firm policy against planting of trees. And 2021-22 ENR, in fact, exceeded their budget by 28,000 and change. And are planning to continue to do this, to plant trees and participate in this program. This is mostly summer field work, which is why there were some delays in terms of the timing of the funds flowing out. But again, as I've indicated, it's certainly my understanding that they will be able to make use of the dollars, but doing so in a way that accounts for the northern climate and for the kinds of environment that we have here. And so that may, I hope that provides the member enough assurance that they'll will be participating in that fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm going to ask a couple more questions, I guess. I'm wondering the total amount on tree planting we're spending, and if the Minister has any idea or knows in front of her where we're planting trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for 22-23, anticipated total spend is $291,000. The total amount under the Active Forestry Carbon Sequestration Fund, ultimately, Madam Chair, is projected to be $1.333 million. As for where they will go, they will be planted in the Northwest Territories, Madam Chair. I don't have that information, but I'll endeavor to get it for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Infrastructure programs and services not previously authorized, $8,065,000. Does committee agree? Infrastructure regional operations not previously authorized, negative $1,097,000. Does committee agree? Infrastructure total department operation expenditures not previously authorized, $6,968,000. Does committee agree? Committee, please turn to page 13 of the table document, Department of Justice. Justice, Community Justice and Policing not previously authorized, $750,000. Does committee agree? Member for Frame Lake.
Yep, thanks, Madam Chair. As I understand, this is federal money, and I know I've spoken to the issue of victim services before, and the Minister of Justice in the last government actually undertook a review of victim services at my request, but and it found that we could be providing better support to the coordinators and the NGOs that actually do much of this very important work. So this $750,000 kind of windfall from the federal government, is there a breakdown of how that money is going to be spent? And I guess what I want to make sure is that some of that funding is going to go to support the important work of the coordinators. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, for 22-23, it's not a windfall. It's funding that does come in from the federal government's under anticipated programming to a certain degree. So, for 22-23, we have just shy of $200,000 in salary and benefits, but $492,000 does go out for contributions and grants, and a small proportion for operations and maintenance. Now, as for the individual breakdown of how that happens, organization by organization, Madam Chair, I am conscious that there's an additional outstanding obligation that was agreed to look at how we are doing those contribution agreements. So I don't have the update on that yet, but I am certainly alive to the fact that commitment was previously made in our budget discussions, and I'm still committed to it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And, okay, yeah, I understand we're going to get then some further information about that. Yeah, part of my reason for asking that too is that we don't have a complete network of victim services coordinators across all of the regions, let alone the communities themselves. So I think we do need to do some more work towards better supporting victims of violence and the coordinators that try to connect them with services and support as well. So I'll be curious to see whether any of this funding is going to be used to move towards a more complete network. But I look forward to getting that information. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member, Minister, did you have any to follow?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, only to note, there is, some of this funding does specifically support a victim services coordinator position, which can help hopefully answer some of that concern of ensuring that there are services being provided to those communities that don't necessarily have staffing. I can note that there is an extension now of victim services programming into Fort McPherson and Fort Providence that previously did not have staff. So incrementally, there is at least some increase in the availability of staff to communities outside of regional centres. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Chair, the windfall of $750,000 should be going to the actual victims of serious crimes. You know, there's a very serious crime that happened in the community of Fort Smith, and you know, some of these funds should be allocated to people that the whole community was affected by this crime. And you know, on the website it has cleanup, you know, securing doors and some of these things. And but you know, we always make sure that the person who committed the crime has legal services and all the way through, but the people that are victims of the crime, the complete family of a violent crime, is not covered, and it's at the discretion of the Justice Department. So I'm just wondering if you could just please, Madam Chair, if the Minister could explain that part of it. You know, it's all right to ensure that we look after the administration parts, but I'm more concerned about the people that are affected, especially the victims, whether it be, it could be other crimes, but there's got to be a better way of actually looking after the victims and not so much concentrated on, because we all have those, we have all those other things in place already with victim services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there is the Northwest Territories Victim of Crime Emergency Fund. I would certainly, you know, acknowledge that there's not really going to be any amount that remotely compensates someone who's been a victim of a serious crime. That this is one of the ones, though, that does try to help out in terms of some emergency or immediate planning that might happen. I mean, and I think the member mentioned, you know, the fixing of a door, for instance, or replacing of a lock. So, you know, really small things in the scale of what can occur to someone who's been impacted by a violent event. So, and some of the funding within this does go into that fund to support those activities. It's a fund to which individuals can apply. I am grateful for this opportunity. I think some people don't know that that funding is available when they need it. So this is certainly an opportunity to highlight that. I mean, more generally, Madam Chair, there's you know, a host of things that the Department of Justice no doubt provides in terms of the availability of legal counsel and legal aid, and that the community organizations then turn around and provide as well in terms of legal services, advice, supports, you know, assistance in attending in court, for instance, public prosecution service as well. Federal government has as well victims or witness coordinators who can also provide supports and assistance. So it is a challenging area in terms of understanding and making available all the many and different supports that would be needed. I don't have sort of dollar by dollar, because again, some of that won't be GNWT provided services. I certainly could undertake, and I don't know that Minister Simpson or I have the number here, but the total amount that's in the Victim of Emergency Fund, if that's of interest to the member, I'll certainly commit to provide the exact dollar. I mean, it would have been in the main estimates, and we can now update as to the total amount that's available following the supplementary appropriation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
During that time of the serious incident in March, the whole community was in lockdown. It was a very, very serious situation. And, there's a lot of disappointment with some of the things that happened with regards to we always seem to protect the person who potentially committed the crime, but we always, and we kind of make sure that everything is right for that person, but we always forget about what's right for the victims. And I think that that family was victimized, and they would never, ever get over it. It's a life-changing situation for them. It's a life-changing situation for the community. People are very sad about what happened there. And when you have funds available like this, we should be making sure that the victims of crime are looked after first and not administration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Did you have any further questions for the Minister?
I don't have any questions, just...
Justice, Community Justice and Policing, not previously authorized, $750,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Justice, total department operations expenditures not previously authorized, $750,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Please turn to page 14 of the table document, Department of Lands. Lands Corporate Management not previously authorized, negative $48,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Lands Planning and Coordination not previously authorized, negative $70,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Lands total department operations expenditures not previously authorized, negative $118,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, please turn to page 15 of the table document, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs. Municipal and Community Affairs, Community Governance, not previously authorized, negative $10,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Municipal and Community Affairs Directorate, not previously authorized, negative $2,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Municipal and Community Affairs Public Safety, $14,762,000. Does committee agree? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to talk about the $10 million that has been set aside for emergency response activities related to the 2022 flooding. So is that, I guess, trying to get a sense of if that amount was used during the, I guess, the initial stages dealing with the flood, or is that amount to be used for, I guess, covering damages for people who have, I guess, who are victims of the flood? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, at this point, having made it into the supplementary appropriation, this is really just a very initial amount. And at this point, my understanding is that the assessors, of course, still have to do their work in order to ascertain exactly what the damages will be, and then the full damage compensation process can begin under the disaster assistance policy. You know, and again, for whatever it's worth in this place, Madam Chair, I know the Minister has asked all of us to emphasize the importance of folks registering, both businesses and residential individuals or people who have residential impacts. But this $10 million really was an initial amount to help support the Department of MACA to get out as the emergency was unfolding, provide emergency services such as sheltering. And I anticipate that there will be more to come as the full extent of the damage is better known. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. Has any of this money, I guess, made its way to victims, especially ones that don't have the financial resources to, I guess, sustain themselves? like we have people out there that that have are financially stable. They they may have a mortgage, but they're able to they have to move out of their house. They can rent a hotel or whatever. But we have those people who are living paycheck to paycheck. They just don't have those resources. They're paying a mortgage. They're paying rent. So I guess I'm asking has any of this of these funds been made their way to any of them? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, at this point, that I think that's unlikely. I will say that I know when I had attended in Hay River, and I know Minister Thompson's been there, and Premier, I think more than several ministers now have actually attended to Hay River. We were all quite keenly aware of the impacts. There has been an RFP out now to help support and provide short-term accommodations within the community for individuals who can't return to their homes and who will require those supports. As far as providing money into the hands of individuals, again, this 10 million is not that amount. There's no doubt going to be, we will see in a future session, which will be the fall session, a much more detailed update of amounts that are being provided for those who are needing disaster and assistance funds into their hands. This is not that piece. This 10 million here was just the emergency part. Again, the department will have and already is in the community providing pathfinding services and providing the emergency services, including accommodations. So if there are still individuals who are struggling, I can only encourage them to contact the pathfinding services, which are many lessons learned from last year about the importance of having those 4 individuals who will be in a state of emergency need for some time. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess my concern, with this amount, it is a start, and I understand that, the amount that we're going to be looking at is going to be substantially higher than this. However, we have assessments that have been completed. I'm not sure if numbers have been put to them, but I'm hoping that's going to happen soon. And if that does, it goes back to Pathfinder, is my understanding, and they sit down with the resident and I guess come to some agreement that the number's good and maybe an advance. So if all of a sudden we get an influx of those of people in there, the $10 million isn't going to cover it. So I guess the question is how soon will we be seeing an additional amount? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we don't have substantiation of amounts in time for the spring session. I don't know that it was ever anticipated that we would have had the kind of substantiation necessary to make it into the spring session. You might recall that last year with the floods, a special warrant was done and it had it brought in for fall. I certainly don't want residents to think that simply because of the timing of session that funding won't be available. The disaster assistance policy was updated such that the cap is now at $240,000, and that doesn't change based on the timing of session. There are ways in which the government can manage funds to ensure that when people are getting have their assessments done and that the monies are ready to go out, that we can ensure that that money will be available to them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank the Minister for the answer, because that's what I was looking for, is that when those assessments start to hit the desk of the Pathfinder and agreements are made, I'm hoping that the advances can go out and people can start working on their repairing their homes or replacing them right away. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I appreciate the question as well. I don't have the answer. I'm not going to necessarily support or say exactly for sure this will be a special warrant situation or if there'll be other tools used in this instance. What I can say again is that that people should be using their insurance if they have it, going to the disaster assistance relief policy via MACA by registering, and the policy is there, and we're going to adhere to it, and the money will be there for people who qualify. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Questions, thank you.
Thank you. Members, noting the clock, I will now rise and report progress. Thank you to the minister, and thank you to the witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber.
Order! May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, Member for Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 658-19-2, and I would like to report progress. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvialuktun Lakes. Do we have a seconder? Member for Yellowknife North. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Thursday, June 2nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, written questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notice of motions, motions 56-19-2, motion 57-19-2, notice of motions for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, Bill 23, Bill 29, Bill 40, Committee Report 30-19-2, Committee Report 31-19-2, Table Document 657 and Table Document 658, Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until June 2nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Order.